work in your boxing. Way to land with bad intentions today. And don't worry about your sparring partner. That's what he gets paid for. Let's keep doing that. All right, now let's land some straights. Nice sit-up. Keep it up. There we go. Good shot. Nice. Just like that. That's how you do it. Just move your head and dodge those strikes. Straights now, go! Good. Next set now. You got short time. Amazing boxing you showed today. Keep polishing those techniques so I can really see it shine. Okay, kid, let's get working on your kickboxing. I want to see you set up devastating strikes this round with those kicks, okay? Now focus on blocking all attacks. Hands! Block with your hands! All right, let's keep tight with your defense. Now use your box and don't get hit. Now focus on blocking all attacks. Come on, hands up, get tight. Good stuff, let's keep going. Defense! I want to see more defense! Get active! You got 10 seconds. Those kicks are on point. You can throw it from anywhere.
Well, I remember being on the Australian Gold Coast in 2012, calling Robert Whittaker's UFC debut against Brad Scott. Won the Ultimate Fighter smashes that night. We knew we had something special on our hands. Perhaps we didn't realize we had maybe the most beloved fighter in Australian MMA history, the former champ Robert Whittaker.
And the guy that says yes to everything, right? We saw him fight Drake du Plessis when Drake needed a big fight. Didn't work out his way. So what does he do? He doubles down on it and takes on Alice Scarroff, another young fighter that needs a chance, but this time he knocks him out. Robert Whittaker has time and time again proven that he will take the toughest challenge every single time. But why wouldn't you when you possess this type of skill? He's A+ in every skill needed to fight inside the octagon.
Robert Whittaker, ladies and gentlemen, as usual, ready to battle as he tries to take home the title. All right, first title defense for this young champion here tonight, and given his rise from prospect to contender to world champion, feels like it's going to take a major effort to unseat the new champion.
John, and he just keeps getting better. Every time he steps to the octagon, he's better than he was the last time, and now he's carrying the confidence of being the UFC champion. When he told us he would be top 10, we said, okay. He said, I'll be the champ. We said, okay. But imagine the confidence he walked in those meetings with, then to now actually delivering on all of those promises. This is a special athlete, John. He's walking to his first title.
Man, what a crazy atmosphere inside UNS Arena here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil tonight. The athletes are ready to go. Let us now see who will have the upper hand. And now our tail of the tape for this middleweight championship fight. Now for the official introductions, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Middleweight Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Robert the Reaper Whittaker. And now introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner, presenting the reigning, defending UFC undisputed middleweight champion of the world, Chris Hyder.
Third party in the octagon, Mark Goddard, will handle the action in this one. All right, so he couldn't have looked much better in wresting the belt away from the previous champion with a win by knockout, but now he's got the red corner as he makes the first defense of his world title.
But to win a world title by knockout is the craziest thing of all time. This man did that, but tonight, now he's the hunter. Let's see if he can match that performance as he goes into the octagon this time as the champion.
Oh, nice calf kick there by Robert Whittaker. Every strike you would want in your arsenal as a world-class mixed martial arts striker, Robert Whittaker has, and that's one he's added to the repertoire over the last 2 fights. Whittaker, a threat really in all realms of mixed martial arts, but in that sort of traditional striking stance early.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job of really establishing himself and establishing his style inside the octagon. Constantly moving on the balls of his feet, ready to explode at any time.
Well, not much setup behind it. The right hook misses. sure he's ever fought more on instinct in the octagon than what we're seeing here
You
tonight.
can see that he has a clear mind. He's not thinking anymore. The instinct has taken over, and it's allowed for him to charge out ahead of his opponent.
Oh, perhaps an overreaction from the booth, but that body shot looked pretty nasty.
John, you can tell that Dozi's starting to do some damage. This dude better start tucking his elbow.
Oh, crushing counter. Could his timing be any better?
I mean, what a moment brought on by that beautiful counter shot. Even though he's hurt bad.
All right, he's got the striking going, another connection there, and that shot actually cut him, or so it appears.
Yeah, you can tell that if he kept landing at the rate that he would, it would start to get damage on his opponent. Right now, you see him get his first cut.
Second round, straight ahead. All right, so that's the end of the round. Pretty significant damage done in that round. Cut on the cheeks. All right, so there's the end of the round. All right, round two. Just misses with the left hook. So he's really starting to put together some significant body shots here. These are going to take their toll as this fight goes up. Well, this has been crazy. Oh, just like that, that'll do it, and still, Chris Will Matt Carter remains the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world.
Unbelievable, John Anik. This guy is a superstar. And once again, he proved he is also the best in the world.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Honors called a stop to this contest at 1 minute, 23 seconds of round number 2. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Carter.
Well, you just heard it there from Bruce Buffer, and still, right, that was the hashtag all week, and he leaves the octagon the way he entered as the undisputed best in the world.
Yeah, he said he was going to get a job done tonight. He knew that he had the advantage. He felt like the last fight allowed for him to be out ahead of his opponent. That championship confidence showed
Well, as a native Louisianan, you gotta respect Brendan Allen. You gotta respect Brendan Allen's approach to the game, right? He is his own man. He's not afraid to turn back the naysayers, and he's come up large in a lot of big spots.
Let me tell you something about B.A., man. B.A. is a different dude. He's a great striker, really good athlete, and just flat out Louisiana tough. He's a dog, like a Louisiana swamp dog. Gets in there, goes face forward, and tries to make you engage him in an actual fight. Brendan Allen, though, for all those things, has shown time and time again he can compete with the best in the world. Let's see if he can do that again tonight.
Just needs to change his nickname from All In to the Louisiana Swamp Dog. That's your new nickname, B.A. Hope you're playing. All right, here he is, folks. You know who he is, the undisputed UFC middleweight champion. This man has run roughshod through one of the deepest divisions in the UFC, and he is showing no signs of slowing down.
He ain't slowing down, John. He loves the ability to call himself the champ. A smile is on his face every time somebody goes, "Hey, champ, how you doing?" The guy lives for it. He lives for the adulation. He lives for the applause. He lives for the ability to stay in the spotlight. He will fight to defend his title as if his life depended on it.
Huge training camp for him. He feels like he has leveled up in a lot of disciplines in mixed martial arts. And man, if he presents an even better version, scary proposition for the challenger. All right, capacity crowd on hand inside the O2 Arena here in London. Both fighters have touched down, ready to go with more live action from the O2. All right, now our tail of the tape for this middleweight championship fight. All right, now for your main event introductions, here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Middleweight Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Brendan All In Allen. And now, introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Hyder.
Mark Goddard, as good as it gets if you're a fighter. Probably the guy you want in there. All right, round 1 of the title fight is underway. It's going to be hard to duplicate what he did his last time out, successfully defending the belt emphatically with a knockout. Everybody's paying attention now. The target's on his back. We'll see if he can remain the hunter. Oh my goodness, I can barely get my notes together. A huge early connection there.
It's about the punch, but it's also about the setup. That was a beautiful setup that allowed for him to land that strike.
All right, tense moments early, and a potential fight ender there.
Yeah, it looked like the fight was over. You know, he's got his reads, he's landing, he's hurting them, but it seems like he has made a decision to try to slow things down a little bit.
All right, now we got some blood, ladies and gentlemen. It looks as though that shot has cut him open.
Now we're in a fight.
go.
Now we're in a fight, John. I mean, we got the blood flowing. Guys got a cut. Let's see how this fight plays out going forward.
Stuffs the takedown, no problem. Good work by the bottom fighter to prevent the pass. And he's back up.
All right, let's go.
He's getting out of kill flip. Great shoulder movement, great head movement. Just absolutely amazing. So many said that this guy would struggle, but now he has proven time and time again that he is the best in the world.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 1 second of the very first round, declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Harder.
And still the king of the 185-pounders. There he is, the undisputed UFC middleweight champion after the knockout tonight in his title defense. And that's got to feel pretty good. There were a lot of people backing the #1 contender coming in here tonight, but he certainly muted all of that noise and then some. The celebration is on in the corner. Congratulations to the reigning
All right, I want you to set it up in here. Focus on timing and set up your shots. There we go. Nice work. Try some elbows. Beautiful speed. Oh, good block. Hands up, hands up. Block that, come on, you can block that, let's go. Nice shot, caught him with that. Let's mix it up with some knees. Big shots, right there. Come on, let's block that. Okay, leg kicks now. There we go, good shot, nice. Hey, good job. All right, let's keep tight with your defense. That's perfect. All right, let's switch it up now. 20 seconds left. Defense. I want to see more defense. Hey, great job in there. Beautiful kicks, high volume. Nobody can stand up to that. All right, I want to see more than one here. Punches and bunches. Here we go. That's the way. All right, mix your punches up with some combos. Keep up the good work. Throw your strikes now. Block that. Come on, you can block that. Let's go. That's how you do it. Great work. Keep it going. You know better. Let's step it up now. Come on, let's block that. All the way to the bell. Let's see it. Ooh, shades of Max Holloway in there. Keep drilling like this and you'll end your fights with one punch.
All right, well, this man has been there before, and he certainly looks like it. The #1 middleweight contender back in a championship setting, and we've talked about this a lot, but he made himself undeniable with this run back to contention. Now he tries to wrest away the gold.
That's not easy, John. It's not easy to make your way back because you have been there before, and maybe it didn't work out for you, but to stay positive, to have that steel trap of a mind that allows for you to rebuild yourself, makes you know when you do get back, you have a greater appreciation for the opportunity. Tonight he said he intends to finally cash in.
There are a lot of high-level guys at 185 pounds, a lot of contenders waiting in the wings. This challenger knows he has to maximize this opportunity in front of him tonight. All right, so the path to UFC middleweight gold and glory continues to go through this man. And without speaking hyperbolically, I do believe this man looks like he could reign for some time.
You know, when you think about middleweight, you think about some great champions, Anderson Silva and Israel Adesanya. This man can be viewed in the same regard because he has ruled the top of the division for a really long time. He's ruled it with an iron fist. He is just so good in this role. He is everything you want in a UFC champion.
And he's fighting in his natural weight class. A lot of people wondered aloud if maybe he could become a 2-division champion, go down to 70. He don't want to hear that noise. He's looking to pluck off another middleweight title challenger in yet another big spot here tonight. For this middleweight championship fight. Here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC middleweight championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Kyle the Natural Ohio. And now introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner. Ladies and gentlemen, the reigning, defending UFC middleweight champion, Chris Hyder.
Herbert Dean's in the building. He's the 3rd man in the octagon tonight. All right, folks, here we go. Championship stakes as we get underway in round 1. What a statement from him last time out. Successful defense, courtesy of a knockout. Obviously, the press and the media all paying attention. Now we'll see what he can produce for an encore. Beautiful kick by Bohalio. Bohalio trying to work his way into striking range out of that package. Settled in, a huge shot lands early round 1.
I mean, early in the fight, he already has, oh my goodness, John, this could be a quick night.
Big right hand. Bohalio goes for the clinch here. Looks like he's trying to recover. He was stunned a little bit earlier. Let's see if he can get a respite here.
And look at the post on the opposite side to give himself the correct space to land.
Oh, nice job to defend the takedown and scramble to his feet. His left eye pretty swollen at this point.
Got hurt again. Oh, big stick up top. That's another one.
Under 3 minutes now to go in what has been a very fast-paced opening round here.
They're going at it here. Huge shots landing on both sides.
with authority to the body.
I mean, this pace is insanely high, too. These guys are putting a lot of work out there right away.
Man, there's that body shot again. Defense has got to make some adjustments here.
And if the defense don't...
Well, perhaps in our fighter meeting Thursday, we thought he was overconfident. Not at all the case. He's on fire tonight.
Well, when you've prepped the way that he's prepped, you walk into a meeting and speak the way that he did. And his performance is showing that this wasn't just talk. He's all action.
Well, he lands another strike there, DC, and no surprise, the swelling only getting worse.
It's getting worse. You know, we talked about this very early, how he needed to change something. He hasn't changed it, and now the swelling is starting to get bad.
Able to avoid the takedown attempt yet again. Well, that's what it is right there. He was flowing, and then you need a strike like that to get him off his game.
But that's exactly why we love MMA. Anything can happen at any moment, and you just saw it on full display there.
One round down. All right, there's the end of the round, and hopefully not the end of the fight. He doesn't look as handsome as he did when he walked out. That is a severe gash on his face. All right, well, defense wins championships, and perhaps he can shore some things up there. Here are some replays from the damaging previous round.
Well, he's got to. He's got to change some things if he doesn't want this cut to get worse. But hats off to his opponent. His opponent found the target. His opponent knew exactly what he wanted to accomplish, and he got it done. He's got to continue down the path in order to make the cut worse.
You ready to fight? You ready?
Round two underway. All right, so after one of the more entertaining rounds in recent UFC history, our next round is upon us. Man, those guys both took some serious damage in that previous round.
They both took some damage.
What a huge shot. He gets back to his feet.
Oh, that's big.
And still, yes, he did it. The undisputed middleweight champion of the world.
Wow, John, this guy is an absolute grinder, and he imposed himself on his opponent, and he keeps the UFC championship.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Deans called a stop to this contest at 36 seconds of round number 2. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Carter.
And still the king of the 185-pounders. There he is, the undisputed UFC middleweight champion after the knockout tonight in his title defense. And that's got to feel pretty good. There were a lot of people backing the #1 contender coming in here tonight, but he certainly muted all of that noise and then some. The celebration is on in the corner. Congratulations to the reigning, defending, still undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world. is one of the best middleweights in the world and a man who has a great chance to bring a world title to South Africa. The middleweight contender, Dricus du Plessis. He's got power, he's got a lot of physical tools, underrated on the ground, and really he's been underrated every step of his UFC career. You had to look far and wide to find anyone that gave him a modicum of a chance going into that Robert Whitaker fight at UFC 290, and he absolutely bludgeoned the former champion. At that point in time, there was nothing left to do with the South African du Plessis but to find him a title fight, and now we see just how world-class Dricus du Plessis really is. Dricus du Plessis, ready to make a statement in front of this capacity crowd here tonight. All right, so the latest title defense arrives here and now for the UFC's undisputed middleweight champion. And prevailing wisdom is it's going to take a huge effort out of the challenger tonight to dethrone this dominant king.
Absolutely. You do not beat this guy without being on your A game. And not even just your A game is going to get it done. You have got to overachieve in order to beat this guy. This guy is firmly entrenched as the best in the world. When you look at him, you know he's the best. From the way he carries himself, to the confidence, to the skill set. He's the champ, and he doesn't intend for that to change.
Seemed as though it was maybe a difficult weight cut or more difficult than once prior, but he didn't want to hear any of that noise in advance of this latest middleweight championship title defense. All right, both fighters have now touched down inside the world-famous octagon, ready to go with more live action from the O2 Arena here in London. Our tail of the tape for this middleweight championship fight. All right, now for the official introductions back inside to Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Middleweight Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Dricus du Plessis. And now, introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner, presenting the reigning, defending UFC undisputed middleweight champion of the world, Chris Hyder.
The energy in this place is crazy right now.
I'm freaking out. Well, when you're a bad dude on the level of this man, a lot of people want to see you fight for the BMF title. Tonight, he's defending the ultimate prize, the undisputed world title.
And it's easy to get caught up in, oh my goodness, if I win, I could potentially fight for the BMF championship, be a 2-belt holder in the UFC. Right. But ultimately, you got to defend that weight class championship. We cannot lose track of what's important tonight, that is keeping that goal wrapped around your waist.
Well, you know he can strike to the head. You know he's got leg kicks, but I like the body strike there a moment ago.
This guy can do it all.
Oh, massive connection early, round 1. The great equalizer, MMA wrestling.
I mean, it was flawless. Great timing. Saw his opponent getting reckless. Timed it perfectly, got the takedown, and now he can take a breath and try to regain his confidence and center himself before they get back to stand.
Du Plessis' eye looks to be cut open from one of those strikes.
It's never good to get cut, but right now it's a small one. You don't have to worry about it, but you got to protect it.
Hard to know what's coming from Dricus du Plessis. Moves well side to side. Really a switch stance fighter of the highest order.
One thing about DDP, though, is that his hands are all... Oh! Oh, he's almost shut him down every time he hits him.
Oh, he's not going out that easy, champ. Responds with a strike of his own in kind.
That's what we love to see. We love to see a guy that when he gets hurt, he doesn't shell up. He keeps trying to fight. Oh, that was a nice pass.
Carter's in full guard now. Double hammer fist there for good measure.
Gotta be careful here.
Big shots landed by him now. All right, dominant position here. He's got the full mount. A lot of different ways he can go here. Maybe try to find an arm bar or just get the ground and pound.
He can attack submissions, but those submissions will present themselves once he is landing that brutal ground and pound he is known for. Because then his opponent will start to get a little bit desperate to get out from under him, which will then in turn leave arms dangling, or he'll turn to his knees and get choked out.
Carter gets back up again. Under a minute now to go in the round.
Oh, nice right hand.
Oh, beautiful combination by him there.
I mean, you watch this guy fighting that beautiful style. His hands are always up. It allows him to press forward and make sure that he's blocking and he's safe as he enters into range.
Oh, beautiful block by him, and then a counter to boot. Beautifully handled by Dricus du Plessis.
That was a beautiful setup. Another takedown by this young man. That punch to the body does a lot of damage.
5 minutes down, potentially 20 to go. All right, so the round is over, but not before damage was done. Cut on the cheek, sustained in that round. Cut man in there quickly as usual to try to seal it up. So the crowd voicing its appreciation after that round. We had a knockdown courtesy of a punch midway through. DC, here's your highlight.
It was straight. He threw him in combination and landed that big punch that really did hurt his opponent. Lesser men would have been done. He's got a tough guy in front of him. He will have to go back to this again. He will have to get back to this action if he wants to get the desired finish.
Ready to fight? Ready.
All right, here we go with round two. Oh, now lands a kick to the body. Oh, now we're seeing a lot of work to the body. A couple of those shots got through, and those will add up quickly, right? Even if you have the strongest core in the game, you don't want... bonus checks by night's end. Back and forth action throughout.
I mean, we love it. We love when two guys are evenly matched. And tonight, these two are showing not only are they evenly matched, they're fighting at a level above anything we've ever seen them do.
du Plessis able to protect the eye there with that block. Nice job with his fight awareness there to raise the guard. Well, you don't blame him for continuing to badger that cut. Things are getting bloody, champ.
Yeah, you got to be careful now because as it bleeds, you got to worry about the blood going into the eye. Now it's time to start being on high alert.
Able to work it into the takedown. Oh, and he escapes up to his feet. Very nice. All right, so he blocked the strike there, doing a nice job defending the midsection. The body strikes were working for his opponent earlier. He has clearly made the right adjustment. Carter's body getting bruised up on that right side now. Don't want to take too many more shots to that midsection. Just over 2 minutes now to go. that takedown attempt without issue. And he's back to his feet. Good sign for him there. All right, so he continues to land, and not exactly what we thought we would see in this one tonight, but the wrestler willing to stand and trade and proving to be able as well.
Yeah, it's out of the ordinary. Usually this guy level changes to take it on very early in fights, but tonight he is showing that he is comfortable in the striking, and he is on point with his striking. He worked very hard to improve his stand-up.
Shot inflicted upon him there. Man, Chris Carter is an absolute shark. Oh, is that going to do it? Yes, that is it, and still! Yes, he did it! Your undisputed middleweight champion of the world!
And still is coming to become common. When you talk about this man, the expectation has been exceeded. And once again, he holds on to the UFC Championship.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Dean has called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes, 10 seconds of round number 2. Declaring the winner by TKO, and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Carter.
All right, well, he said all week, if I get the finish, maybe I'd be in line to fight for the BMF title. Based upon what you saw tonight, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think that's what has to happen next. I mean, he has an opportunity now to become a BMF champion, to stand alongside the greats like Justin Gaethje, Max Holloway, and George Masvidal.
Well, we are objective commentators, but Anthony Fluffy Hernandez has drawn rave reviews from Daniel Cormier. One of your favorite fighters on this roster. The dude brings it in all phases every time.
And he just goes hard, man. I don't know if I've seen anybody fight with that pace and pressure since I saw Cain Velasquez the first time I saw him step into an octagon. Anthony Fluffy Hernandez is so good at striking that you forget about the wrestling. And the wrestling has become a massive tool in his career. He doesn't even use his striking like he should. He takes guys down, he drags them into deep water, and he truly drowns him. What he did to Roman Dolidze was one of the most impressive things I've ever watched in real time. Tonight, let's see if he can replicate that and it turns into another victory.
All right, folks, here he is with a lot of support being showered upon him, making the walk for the BMF title fight here tonight. And I know you got a nice smile, champ, but if this belt existed when you were in your prime, man, you would have fought for this. It takes a special combatant to get the nod from the UFC to compete for the BMF title.
Absolutely. I mean, you live for moments and opportunities like this. Some of the greatest fighters in the history of the sport have worn that black belt. People love the BMF championship, and for him to hold that, it would really add to his legacy. He intends to get it done.
All right, all the hype gives way to the action here. Both fighters have now touched down on the canvas, and we are ready to go from the Mecca, Madison Square Garden, here in New York, New York. Our tail of the tape for this much-anticipated middleweight encounter. All right, now to get us started, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! This fight is 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC BMF Championship of the World. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Anthony Fluffy And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Chris Harder.
One of the best in the business, Mark Goddard, our referee. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You know Chris Carter is the goods out of Believe MMA, and tonight his date with Destiny fighting for the BMF title.
Yeah, Chris Carter has done so much, John. Coach Thompson, his dad, the Olympian. To have that level of hype coming into the UFC and not only match it, but exceed it, we got to tip our hat off to Chris Carter. Job's not done yet. He's got to get a victory, but he's on the verge of true greatness.
Stuffs the takedown, no problem. Fluffy Hernandez with that patented high guard, looking to change levels here.
High guard, a lot of pressure, head always up the center line. Great job by Fluffy.
Man, this guy's fighting like a promoter's dream, right? Trying to end the fight before the crowd's even taking their... Tags him with the straight. Nice job there by Fluffy Hernandez. Oh, that got his attention. That's a heavy, damaging lead hook. We'll see if he can follow it up.
John, it better wake him up.
Oh, what a head kick there as it lands, and maybe time to get the bonus checks ready.
I mean, this fight is about done. He's got him hurt very bad with his head kick. Now he has to find one more strike to end the night.
Oh, uppercut.
man. Oh!
Well, if you are a young striker, you could do a lot worse than watching this guy work on the feet, perhaps trying to set up another hook here.
Yes, he is. He's definitely trying to set up another hook. You can tell by his eyes. He's taking peeks and he's sneaking looks at where he needs his opponent to be in order to land that shot.
Oh, man, looks like he ate another body shot there. Can't absorb too many more of those.
I mean, you can tell that he's starting to feel it right in the midsection. You better start to tuck those elbows or he's going to really struggle with that down stretch.
In a good position, a better position.
Back to his feet. And that one certainly found the target. Oh, how about the short check hook? I think his eyes might have crossed.
His eyes crossed, they rolled back in his head. This dude is hurt.
Really starting to pour it on now. Back to the feet. All right, so a little bit stunned, holding on to him now in the clinch.
But that's smart, John. He's trying to recover. He's trying to knock the cobwebs off after he got hurt. Oh! And these dudes, when they come together and they land something good, they both go, you better watch out.
Oh! That'll do it! Chris Lil Mac Carter with a massive highlight tonight!
BMF. That's a BMF.
Here now, Bruce Buffer with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard has called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes, 40 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout and now undisputed UFC BMF champion of the world, Chris Carter.
All right, so there it is, folks. We got to get on out of here, but not before we celebrate Chris Lil Mac Carter, the new BMF champion.
The hype is now reality. Chris Carter is walking around the octagon with the BMF championship. There was a lot of pressure on this young man from day one.
All right, here's the one-eyed bandit, the marauder, Shara Bullet Magomedov. What a rise to UFC relevancy it was for him. And when you see him stylistically, it's easy to see why.
You know, Shara Bullet is different, to say the least, right? He's a different guy inside and outside the octagon. But I believe that because he's so different, he causes guys issues with his striking. You know, so many talk about the Dagestan wrestling. He said, now you will see Dagestan striking. He has shown time and time again that striking is as elite as anyone inside the UFC. Let's see if he can use that striking tonight to get a dub.
All right, here he is, folks. You know who he is, the undisputed UFC middleweight champion. This man has run roughshod through one of the deepest divisions in the UFC, and he is showing no signs of slowing down.
He ain't slowing down, John. He loves the ability to call himself the champ. A smile is on his face every time somebody goes, hey, champ, how you doing? The guy lives for it. He lives for the adulation. He lives for the applause. He lives for the ability to stay in the spotlight. He will fight to defend his title as if his life depended on it.
Huge training camp for him. He feels like he has leveled up in a lot of disciplines of mixed martial arts. And man, if he presents an even better version, scary proposition for the challenger. Well, no air conditioning, no problem. We are ready to go with more live action from Jeunesse Arena here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And now our tale of the tape for this middleweight championship fight. Now for your main event introductions, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Middleweight Championship of the World. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Shara Bullet Magomedov. And now, introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Heiner.
Herb Dean, third party in the octagon tonight. All right, round 1 is upon us now. He didn't want to talk about the BMF title that sits on the mantle in our fighter meeting, but he wants to channel that form here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, John. If he can fight in the way that he did on that night, we are looking at one of the best fighters in the world.
Oh, good body kick now from Shara Bullet. And that's going to cause his opponent to probably lower that elbow, lower that guard, and that could open some things up upstairs. Shara Bullet constantly bouncing in and out. Never know where the danger's coming from.
And he's fast, John. That's what makes him so quick. Because he's not grounded, because he's agile and mobile, it makes it hard to know when he's actually coming.
Well, things happen so quickly. You might have seen a beautiful left hand landed there a moment ago.
Oh, yeah! He hurt him already!
All right, so we'll see if he can keep this going, but as far as starts go, he could not have gotten off to a better one tonight.
I mean, you dream of these types of nights. You dream of it all working. Right now, this man is in a flow.
Well, doesn't get the finish, but he rocked his opponent early, and not a lot of pundits saw that coming.
Yeah, you know, he didn't want to stand and bang. but he's got to have some confidence after doing that, knowing that he's had the disadvantage in striking.
All right, so now blood is a factor. You see that he has been opened up. Oh, that's the biggest shot of the fight thus far. How's his opponent still standing?
I mean, I have no idea. This fight is supposed to be over. And it might not be over now, but it's got to be over very soon.
2 minutes to go, round one.
Bro, he's in the zone, right? Sometimes you're just in the zone. He keeps trying to punch with him when he should be grabbing him.
To his feet. Just like that, that'll do it, and still, Chris Carter remains the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world.
This guy is amazing, John. Time and time again, he puts his skills on display. What a beast the champion is.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Dean's called a stop to this contest at 3 minutes, 27 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Carter.
And still the king of the 185-pounders. There he is, the undisputed UFC middleweight champion after the knockout tonight in his title defense. And that's got to feel pretty good. There were a lot of people backing the #1 contender coming in here tonight, but he certainly muted all of that noise and then some. The celebration is on in the corner. Congratulations to the reigning, defending, still undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world.
Punches coming at you, so you got time to focus on perfecting your technique. Let's see some punches now. Let's go, show me some strikes. Good, let's see some punch combos. the bag today. Get some water and let's keep working. Nice, nice. That's how you hit some leather.
Well, relative to expectations, Nassourdine Imavov is where a lot of sharp minds thought he would be. On the cusp of being the best middleweight in the world, he has been fantastic, and every time the fights have gotten bigger, so is his game.
He stepped up. He stepped up in every chance that he's got. Imavov has tremendous striking. You have also seen when he needs to. He can take it on, he can grapple, as we saw in the Brendan Allen fight. But when you start to look at this guy's record, he has beaten the leads, a cannoneer, Brendan Allen, Israel Adesanya. We are looking at a bona fide top middleweight. Tonight, he has another opportunity to only add to what is becoming a beautiful legacy.
And essentially, it's been a near-perfect 4-year stretch, especially in this middleweight division. Took a fight up at light heavyweight against Sean Strickland to help out the company. All systems go for Nassourdine Imavov. All right, so the path to UFC middleweight gold and glory continues to go through this man. And without speaking hyperbolically, I do believe this man looks like he could reign for some time.
You know, when you think about middleweight, you think about some great champions, Anderson Silva and Israel Adesanya. This man can be viewed in the same regard because he has ruled the top of the division for a really long time. He's ruled it with an iron fist. He is just so good in this role. He is everything you want in a UFC champion.
And he's fighting in his natural weight class. A lot of people wondered aloud if maybe he could become a 2-division champion, go down to 70. He don't want to hear that noise. He's looking to pluck off another middleweight title challenger in yet another big spot here tonight. Well, it is the venue in which every UFC athlete hopes to one day compete, and we are now ready to go from Madison Square Garden here in New York City. All right, now our tale of the tape for this middleweight championship fight. All right, now for the main event introductions, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Middleweight Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Nassourdine Imavov. And now introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner. Ladies and gentlemen, the reigning, defending UFC middleweight champion, Chris Heiner.
Couple good walkout songs.
Ready to fight? Ready.
All right, here we go, start of round 1, and potentially some UFC history on the line. He is trying to secure the record for the longest winning streak in professional history.
John, and that's one of those records that you kind of thought was untouchable. Guys that win that many times to start a UFC career. But right now, we find ourselves on the verge of someone flirting with breaking the record.
Imavov bouncing off the feet, working off of that jab. He is a problem.
That lead hand is in constant
Oh,
motion.
that's a total by him there. Beautiful connection early on.
The way that he was able to walk his opponent into that shot was amazing, especially this early in the fight.
Big right hand there. Good takedown defense. All right, so got to be an encouraging sign to hurt him to that extent. I'm not sure his opponent saw this coming.
Well, he didn't finish it, but he did hurt him very, very bad. It shows him that he can hurt him, but he's got to be very careful. He still isn't the better striker, even though he landed the bigger punch.
Oh, and again, shooting for a takedown. Stumped once again. Man, these body kicks are really punishing. He's landed several in this round alone. Investing in the body early, wise strategy in this matchup tonight.
And that's the danger in the engagement there.
Carter's starting to feel it here early round 1, taking immediate control of the fight and taking... Shades of you against Dan Henderson back in the day. One-sided here as he continues to work towards that complete performance.
He's doing everything right, man. I don't know that this guy has ever looked better.
90 seconds to go. And back to his feet. Well, you see it's a lot, champ, right when you get stunned a little bit, use the clinch as a mechanism through which to recover.
Well, you have to. You got to slow things down. You got to gather yourself. That's exactly what he's doing right now.
The story remains the same and still. Yes, he did it. Your undisputed middleweight champion of the world.
I mean, amazing, John Anik, that this guy continues to defend this championship. It can be very difficult to get the belt off this man. Congratulations to the champion.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Dean has called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes, 16 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Heiner.
All right, so that'll do it. A lot of you will remember acutely where you were on this night when he set the record for the longest winning streak in UFC history.
It's hard to break records like this, John. There are so many great fighters in the UFC. This is a testament to his hard work, determination, and commitment to the game that he now stands alone as the guy.
right, so here he is, the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC champion. But tonight, an opportunity of a lifetime to etch his name in the history books as one of only a handful of fighters to be a simultaneous two-division UFC champion. Conor McGregor was the first to do it. This fighter can join him in short order if he can get the win against another champion here tonight. So as this young fighter makes the walk, you gotta think he's thinking strategically about how to get this fight to the ground to set up his guard passing abilities. Great technique, plus athlete as well, and really a guy who cuts the guard with the best of them to set up a dominant position on the ground. I think a lot of opponents are sort of freaked out by just how quickly this guy transitions between positions on the ground. No doubt his opponent has prepared. Sometimes you just can't simulate an athlete like this in training. All right, here's a man who needs no introduction, the undisputed UFC light heavyweight champion and one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world, trying to hold up his end of the bargain and lead the way he came in as the champion of the world.
He's an absolute star. John, that belt defines him. That belt is who he is now. He recognized that the moment he became the champion, his life changed. He loves it. He loves being the best in the world. He loves ruling atop this very difficult division, and he intends to keep it that way for a very long time.
He did say to us in the fighter meeting on the record, this may be his most difficult title defense to date. As such, he's put in all the right work. We'll see if he can remain the hunted here at 205 pounds.
Good job, good job.
Yuri Prochazka, ready to engage yet again here tonight. Our tale of the tape for this light heavyweight title fight. All right, now for your main event introductions, the one, the only, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Light Heavyweight Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Chris Harner. And now introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC Light Heavyweight Champion of the world, Yuri Prochazka.
Mark Goddard, our referee for this one, as good as any man or woman in the business. All right, here we go, folks. Fight is underway. Every fighter, I think, wants that visual of one belt over each shoulder. You've been there. He's trying to get there tonight.
Yeah, he's trying to get it done in this massive super fight. He has earned this opportunity. He cleaned out his division. If he wins this fight tonight, he will always be considered a legend in mixed martial arts. Lands a nice leg kick.
Signature movement, and a lot of it from Yuri Prochazka, switching his stances. He's a threat out of both.
Yeah.
That's been a good warm-up in the back.
I mean, he walked right into that, John. Huge bet, especially this early in the fight.
Back to his feet. Huge head kick. All right, so they don't fight the games on paper, right? A big confidence boost there as he finds out. Crowd continues to sway with every huge shot being landed. Back and forth we go. Oh, it's a big left hook. All right, so 1 minute into the fight, and I'm not sure these fighters realize
Oh my
that he
goodness,
got.
look at that straight that hurt his opponent. I mean, what a fight! Champ, yeah.
2 minutes to go, round one. Back to the feet now.
I love a good check hook. It's a great shot for high-level.
Seconds to go here. And still the man at 205 pounds and the undisputed UFC light heavyweight champion.
To watch a man come from where this guy started and become the world champion, but not only become the world champion, to remain the world champion is truly inspiring. What a performance by the champ.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Connors called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes.
You okay? Good?
All right, here we go with the start of the fight. It's all in front of him now. Opportunity to be on top of the octagon with a belt over each shoulder by Fight's End.
Well, Johnny said that's what he wanted, right? He said when his career started, he was going to win enough to put himself in position to be a UFC double champion. Tonight, he has that opportunity.
Ooh, yes, the Prochazka uppercut gets through. He goes back to the well with that weapon.
He should. Yuri Prochazka has a beautiful uppercut. He's a really high-level striker and a guy that is committed to the art in mixed martial arts.
Well, Yuri Prochazka has talked about raising that defensive guard, but this is the stance we've come to expect.
That's exactly what he does, right? He carries his hands very low, but he's very active, always bouncing on his feet, and he does attack you from angles that you don't expect him to come from.
So maybe he didn't see that elbow coming, but you don't want to eat too many more of those.
How many times can he just explode before he starts to fatigue himself? Because every time he goes, it's a massive explosion. Jab is on point right now.
Well, his guard's low, but this is his style.
It's his style, and it's a very dangerous style because when he's...
Oh! Head kick. Oh, massive diving punch flush to the head.
Yuri seems intent to just drown him.
All right, we now re-rack some of the highlights. All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark.
You ready, John? Ready.
All right, here we go, champ, or should I say double champion. Been there and done that. That is our reality here tonight.
I mean, what a massive spot for this gentleman to have the opportunity to be a double champion in UFC history, holding a second belt while still being the champion in his division. What a big-time moment.
Oh my goodness, I can barely get my notes together. A huge early connection there.
It's about the punch, but it's also about the setup. That was a beautiful setup that allowed for him to land that strike.
And now leather being thrown on both sides.
My goodness. Oh my goodness, what a...
Oh, maybe a little bit of overconfidence there, and he paid.
Both unwilling to take a step back. What a phenomenal fight.
Back to his feet.
Oh my goodness, what a fight.
Well, when you rock a guy like that, you got to close the show. He was unable to do so. We'll see if he can continue to find the range.
Well, for now, Johnny's got to really be thinking, like, what do I have to do to finish this guy? Stay patient. You found it once.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time. You see the referee pausing the action here. They're going to call in the doctor to look at this cut. Might be the beginning of the end here.
I mean, blood all over his face. He's been beat up, battered and bruised. He still wants to fight.
Yeah. Now he will consult with the referee. It looks as though this fight is going to continue.
Let's go. I was worried. I was worried about that one.
Ready? You good?
All right, well, this fighter was bullish in his desire to continue, and the doctor is going to afford him that opportunity as the referee gets us back underway.
This guy's a fighter, man. This guy doesn't want to lose a fight on the stool. He wants an opportunity to go out there and go out on the shield. And that's exactly what he's getting. He's getting a chance. And as a fighter, that's all you can ask for.
And you know fans don't like doctor stoppages, so they...
Oh,
is he gonna do it? Yes, that is it, and still! The man at 205 pounds. So Yuri Prochazka lighting up the masses and the arena as usual, as he is your winner tonight by knockout.
Massive knockout victory for Yuri Prochazka. The guy wins fights, and he wins fights impressively. And tonight, once again, he knocks out another opponent.
Well, champ, there are certainly easier guys to prepare for than the former undisputed UFC middleweight champion Sean Strickland, a guy who has repeatedly stepped up for the UFC. Tremendous boxing, a great defensive shell, a 5-round style, and another massive fight for the American tonight.
I love watching Sean Strickland fight. I love how responsible he is defensively. I love how his hands are always in the right place. I love how Sean Strickland does not filter himself in regards to anything in this world, and I believe that thing that he carries lets him be the great fighter that he is today. It's that self-belief that allowed him to go into Australia and beat Israel Adesanya to become the champion.
Sean Strickland has graced the octagon, and as usual, he looks ready to go. All right, so the latest title defense arrives here and now for the UFC's undisputed middleweight champion. And prevailing wisdom is it's going to take a huge effort out of the challenger tonight to dethrone this dominant king.
Absolutely. You do not beat this guy without being on your A game. And not even just your A game is going to get it done. You have got to overachieve in order to beat this guy. This guy is firmly entrenched as the best in the world. When you look at him, you know he's the best. From the way he carries himself, to the confidence, to the skill set. He's the champ, and he doesn't intend for that to change.
Seemed as though it was maybe a difficult weight cut or more difficult than ones prior, but he didn't want to hear any of that noise in advance of this latest middleweight championship title defense. All right, ready to go here at the Rock, the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. Both athletes have graced the octagon. Let us now see who will have the upper hand in this critical matchup here tonight. Our tale of the tape for this middleweight championship fight. All right, now for the particulars, here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC middleweight championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Sean Strickland. And now, introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner, presenting the reigning, defending UFC undisputed middleweight champion of the world, Chris Hyder.
Herb Dean is your referee. He's the third man in the octagon tonight. All right, so here he is returning to the octagon after a loss in the championship fight his last time out. So the question is, how does he respond to the adversity? Because he could still be 1 or 2 wins away from realizing another UFC title shot. So got to get a win tonight, get back in the win column, and begin his trek back to a UFC championship fight. Even if you're a novice as an MMA fan, you felt like takedown defense was going to be the key to this fight, and we'll see if his holds up.
John, he better keep getting his legs back, because for as good of a striker he is, he's equally as bad of a wrestler, and he does not want to end up on his back. So he's got to sprawl and take those legs back.
He's not going to like hearing you say that. Oh, we barely settled in. A huge shot lands early, round 1.
I mean, early in the fight, he already has him hurt. Oh my goodness, John, this could be a quick night.
Oh, trying to hold. Just like that, that'll do it, and still. Yes, he did it. Your undisputed middleweight champion of the world.
Just absolutely amazing. So many said that this guy would struggle, but now he has proven time and time again that he is the best in the world.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Dean's called a stop to this contest at 1 minute, 34 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Harder.
All right, so there he is, the still UFC middleweight champion of the world. He has retained this title at 185 pounds for some time and showing no signs of slowing down, DC.
This is a weight that hasn't had many middleweight champions. Anderson Silva reigned for so long that every time a guy gets his hands on the belt, they're going to hold on to it for dear life. And tonight, he got the job done and remains the UFC middleweight champion.
Well, South Africa is on the World Mixed Martial Arts map, largely courtesy of the elite middleweight Dricus du Plessis. And he got a lot of respect from his peers after beating Robert Whitaker at UFC 290. You had to look far and wide for any of his fellow fighters to be picking du Plessis going into that fight. And not only did he beat Whitaker, he bludgeoned him and got him out of there by TKO in round 2. That laid the foundation for a title fight for Dricus du Plessis. This man is a physical force, hardened by his upbringing in South Africa. Excited to see what he can do with the opportunity tonight, DC. Dricus du Plessis. He has graced the octagon with his mind set on one thing tonight, that UFC Championship belt. All right, here he is, folks. You know who he is, the undisputed UFC middleweight champion. This man has run roughshod through one of the deepest divisions in the UFC, and he is showing no signs of slowing down.
He ain't slowing down, John. He loves the ability to call himself the champ. A smile is on his face every time somebody goes, "Hey, champ, how you doing?" The guy lives for it. He lives for the adulation. He lives for the applause. He lives for the ability to stay in the spotlight. He will fight to defend his title as if his life depended on it.
Huge training camp for him. He feels like he has leveled up in a lot of disciplines of mixed martial arts. And man, if he presents an even better version, scary proposition for the challenger. All right, with that, the wait ends here. Both fighters have graced the octagon, and we are raring to go from a sold-out Etihad Arena here in Abu Dhabi, UAE. Or tell the tape for this middleweight championship fight. Now for the official introductions, here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Middleweight Championship of the World. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Dricus du Plessis. And now introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Harder.
Referee Herb Dean will handle the action in the octagon. Well, what a championship outing it was for him the last time around, a win by knockout, and that really set this division on fire. A lot of people are paying attention to this guy right now. He is sort of creeping into the mainstream Conor McGregor style a little bit. We'll see if he can follow up that knockout with another one here tonight. Du Plessis' eye looks to have been cut open here. Yes, it has.
He hasn't moved his head well. He was taking shots too clean, and now a cut has opened up.
All right, here's Dricus du Plessis. Constantly will switch stances. Very defensively sound as well.
Very difficult to fight. Hands are always high, constantly switching stances and throwing all kinds of different attacks from different stances.
All right, so early round 1 action, and he's been a little bit inefficient when it comes to his striking game. He's going for broke.
Yeah, he's swinging, but he's not having much success.
Oh.
Got to slow down a little bit, pace himself to make sure that
Oh, trying to stay alive, and he will. A beautiful counter by him. Back and forth we go.
Beautiful counter strike. Wow.
Oh.
Now he's backed up.
Oh, there is the story remains the same and still. Yes, he did it. Your undisputed middleweight champion of the world.
Wow, John, this guy is an absolute absolute grinder, and he imposed himself on his opponent, and he keeps the UFC championship.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Dean has called a stop to this contest at 1 minute, 49 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Hyder.
And still the king of the 185-pounders. There he is, the undisputed UFC middleweight champion after the knockout tonight in his title defense. And that's got to feel pretty good. There were a lot of people backing the #1 contender coming in here tonight, but he certainly muted all of that noise and then some. The celebration is on in the corner. Congratulations to the reigning, defending, still undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world. All right, so here he is, the #1 UFC middleweight contender, and in this era, that's saying something, right? To get through this gauntlet and emerge out of the pack, realize a UFC title shot, now the world finds out what exactly this man can do.
You know, John, as we've spoken about, it's shark-infested waters trying to manage and navigate through this division. It's one thing to get here, and it's a major accomplishment, but to become the champion is a whole nother level. This guy feels like in his thorough preparation, the intensity at which he moves in the training room, he is more than ready to take the belt off the champion's waist.
And you can be sure when the champion comes out at a moment, challengers' eyes will be fixed upon him. We got a middleweight title fight tonight, folks. Let's go. All right, so the path to UFC middleweight gold and glory continues to go through this man. And without speaking hyperbolically, I do believe this man looks like he could reign for some time.
You know, when you think about middleweight, you think about some great champions, Anderson Silva and Israel Adesanya. This man can be viewed in the same regard because he has ruled atop the division for a really long time. He's ruled it with an iron fist. He is just so good in this role. He is everything you want in a UFC champion.
And he's fighting in his natural weight class. A lot of people wondered aloud if maybe he could become a 2-division champion, go down to 70. He don't want to hear that noise. He's looking to pluck off another middleweight title challenger in yet another big spot here tonight. Man, what a crazy atmosphere inside GNS Arena here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil tonight. The athletes are ready to go. Let us now see who will have the upper hand. And now our tail of the tape for this middleweight championship fight. All right, now for your main event introductions, here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC middleweight championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Grandmaster. And now, introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner, ladies and gentlemen, the reigning, defending UFC middleweight champion, Chris Harder.
All right, Herb Dean, third man in the octagon for this one. All right, here we go. UFC middleweight championship is on the line. Straight punch there, DC. He's got an edge in reach and certainly is making it count in this one.
Nice kick, yep.
Guys have some chins on them. Huge shots being landed on both sides. Oh, massive connection early round one. We might get a finish here. Well, if you have ever found the zone on a basketball court as a shooter, you know what this man is feeling right now. He's got all the skills flowing tonight.
It's happened for me a number of occasions where the basketball was 6 feet wild. I mean, this guy tonight looks like he can put a basketball in an ocean and he can hit a takedown from a mile away. It looks amazing.
Man, he kind of looked like me, just walking right into that punch. No defense.
He better move that head. This guy cannot miss the head with his strikes. He's got great kicks also. He needs to be throwing more kicks in this fight. He hasn't thrown many at all. Oh, my goodness, John, I'm sorry to cut you off, but that was a beautiful that stunned his opponent.
Oh man, huge strike lands, and now he's gonna tell him about it too. I'm no lip reader, but that was not nice.
Not nice.
And now some separation. Oh, he gets back up, but barely. Look how awful he is. And still, Chris Lil Mac Carter remains the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world.
And still is coming to become common. When you talk about this man, the expectation has been exceeded. And once again, he holds on to the UFC championship.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Dean has called a stop to this contest at 3 minutes, 1 second of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Hyder.
So you just heard it there from Bruce Buffer, and still UFC middleweight champion. He had some doubters coming in. I would imagine he muted most of that noise with this effort.
A record on repeat is what happens when this guy fights.
Yeah.
Every time people say he's not going to be able to get this guy. But over and over, he does it and remains the champion. Congratulations, champ.
All right, I want to see more than one here. Punches and bunches. Here we go. Just like that. Perfect. Now focus on boxing combos. Come on, keep working here. It will happen. More, just like that. Excellent blocking. Big shots right there. Now focus on blocking all attacks. Tighten up. Now land some boxing combos. That's perfect. Good work. Next set now. Hands. Block with your hands. Strike more. More hits. Let's go. Go, go, go. Good job in there. Can already see some improvements in your punches.
There is something special in the air when the former decorated Penn State wrestler Bo Nickel competes in mixed martial arts, DC. Not unlike Khamzat Chimaev, it's appointment viewing. Fan base can't take their eyes off of this guy.
You know, Bo Nickel has unbelievable confidence. And why would you not have that level of confidence when you possess what might be the best wrestling in all of the UFC? I've watched this young man compete since he was a little boy, and I always could tell that there was something special about him. What I did not know, though, is that he was such a tremendous fighter. Since he's gotten into the octagon, he has shown that time and time again.
Yeah, perhaps an even better athlete than a lot of his contemporaries knew. We have seen his power in the UFC, and as the challenges get tougher, Bo Nickel is out to prove he could be the best in the world at 185. All right, so the latest title defense arrives here and now for the UFC's undisputed middleweight champion. And prevailing wisdom is it's going to take a huge effort out of the challenger tonight to dethrone this dominant king.
Absolutely. You do not beat this guy without being on your A game. And not even just your A game is going to get it done. You have got to overachieve in order to beat this guy. This guy is firmly entrenched as the best in the world. When you look at him, you know he's the best. From the way he carries himself, to the confidence, to the skill set. He's the champ, and he doesn't intend for that to change.
Seemed as though it was maybe a difficult weight cut or more difficult than ones prior, but he didn't want to hear any of that noise in advance of this latest middleweight championship title defense. I'm not sure I have ever heard a louder crowd in any arena in the world than this here Bell Center in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Athletes are ready to go. Let us now see how this matchup plays out. All right, now our tale of the tape for this middleweight championship fight. All right, now for your main event introductions, the one, the only, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Middleweight Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Bo Nickel! And now, introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner, presenting the reigning, defending UFC undisputed middleweight champion of the world, Chris Heiner.
One of the best in the business, Mark Goddard, is our referee. All right, here we go. UFC middleweight championship fight. This should be good.
Now some separation from this clinch position.
Shooting for the takedown here. Oh, big left hook there. That one connected. Well, MMA is a constant exercise in risk mitigation, right? But it would seem to me that if he really goes for it offensively, he can get him out of there.
Well, he's got him hurt. He's got him hurt, and he's got him hurt multiple times in one round. It looks like this fight should be over by now, but his opponent's still standing, and I think that speaks to the durability of the guy standing in front of him.
Well, we knew there was going to be an advantage here when it came to the wrestling. He got that takedown with relative ease.
Yeah, very easy to get that takedown.
Oh, nicely done there as he escapes back to his feet.
Great shot lands. Now he's got to go find that follow-up attempt. The kill shot is what they call it, to go and end the fight.
Wow, Herb's still firing back.
Amazing, John. Time and time again, he puts his skills on display. What a beast the champion is.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 28 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Heiner.
And still the king of the 185-pounders. There he is, the undisputed UFC middleweight champion after the knockout tonight in his title defense. And that's got to feel pretty good. There were a lot of people backing the #1 contender coming in here tonight, but he certainly muted all of that noise and then some. The celebration is on in the corner. Congratulations. All right, well, you can argue in terms of prospects coming up in this division, this man is as well-rounded as any fighter in the weight class. Tonight believes he'll have the striking advantage, but not afraid to grapple if the fight goes to the ground as well.
Well, when you possess that type of skill, when you have all the abilities, you're not afraid of where the fight goes. This man believes that he's just better, and he has proven that every time he steps into the octagon. He is well-rounded, and many say it, but this kid is well-rounded, and he has shown it in his octagon appearance.
Yeah, comes from a great camp, gets a lot of different looks, and health is wealth. When he's been healthy, he's looked like one of the best fighters in this division. Sean Strickland has graced the octagon, and as usual, he looks ready to go. All right, here he is with much fanfare. I'm gonna stand up for this one. The baddest mother effer on the planet right now. He has the belt to prove it. He can strike, he can grapple, he can entertain the masses, and this distinction is certainly not lost on his contemporaries. They know what it means to be the BMF champion, and they also know the significance of putting that belt on the line. Only a few select individuals have fought for this distinction. We'll see if he can remain the BMF champion tonight. All right, ready to go from the house that MJ built. We are at United Center, Chicago, Illinois, USA. Both fighters now ready to engage. Let us see who emerges in this critical matchup. Our tail of the tape for this, our main event of the evening. Here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! This fight is 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC BMF Championship of the World. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Sean Strickland! And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC BMF Champion of the World, Chris Harder! Third party, Mark Goddard, will handle the action for this one. All right, here we go. Round one. BMF Championship is on the line. I think we all feel it coursing through our veins. Two of the most electric fighters in this division. Let the bodies hit the floor, man. There will be blood. Punch coming, it's blocked. Strickland's eye looks to have been cut open from one of those offerings.
Yeah, it looks like that strike opened up a cut, John, but it's nothing to worry about now, but he's got to start to protect it.
Both fighters hanging down in the pocket and both landing. Oh, and he caught the kick. All right, Strickland out of that patented stance. We'll see if he can get that heavy jab going early. Title fight showcase. Oh. He has found a force to work.
You know, John, in the biggest moments, you want your stuff to work. Right now, everything is working. This man, in this big spot, is showing why he's one of the best dudes. Strickland. Oh,
he's hurting for certain. Got to make an adjustment, I would think.
this is the time for him to shoot for a takedown. Hoping that his opponent gets excited, overthrows, he's able to level change and take a good match.
Gets back to his feet. That'll do it! Chris Carter with a huge win tonight!
Wow, what a result.
Bruce Buffer has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 35 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC BMF champion of the world, Chris Carter.
Well, there it is. You heard it from Bruce Buffer, the words many of you were expectant you would hear at Fight's End, and still, as he successfully defends his BMF title tonight.
Once again, he defends the BMF title. You know, I'm having a hard time finding the words to describe a fighter that fights with so much pride, a fighter that fights so hard and holds a belt that means so much to them. It's starting to be difficult to separate the BMF champion from this young man. They're one now, and I don't think he'd have it any other way.
Well, how about that pop that greets the #1 UFC middleweight contender? He has emerged through the gauntlet at 185 pounds, and tonight, that elusive crack at UFC GOAT.
Just getting here is an accomplishment because the waters are shark infested. Every single time you walk into the octagon, you are challenged at the highest level. So to get here is one thing. It's another thing to become the champion. He feels like tonight is his night to complete the journey, to finish writing his story and walking away with a championship belt.
There is a little bit of friction on this matchup, but most people would argue if any athlete is well equipped to bottle that emotion and realize success on a big stage, it is this #1 contender. Those questions give way to answers here in a moment. All right, here he is, folks. You know who he is, the undisputed UFC middleweight champion. This man has run roughshod through one of the deepest divisions in the UFC, and he is showing no signs of slowing down.
He ain't slowing down, John. He loves the ability to call himself the champ. A smile is on his face every time somebody goes, "Hey, champ, how you doing?" The guy lives for it. He lives for the adulation. He lives for the applause. He lives for the ability to stay in the spotlight. He will fight to defend his title as if his life depended on it.
Huge training camp for him. He feels like he has leveled up in a lot of disciplines of mixed martial arts, and man, he presents an even better version. Scary proposition for the challenger.
Good job, good job.
Tail of the tape for this middleweight championship fight. Here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC middleweight championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Marvin, the Italian Dream, Vittori! And now, introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Harder.
Herb Dean, our referee for this one.
Ready.
All right, here we go with round 1. I couldn't even get my wife a ticket to this fight. Why? Because this fighter has won the majority of his recent fights by knockout, plus KO. People want to see this guy compete. He's not out there for the judges. He's not afraid to give up a round. He's not afraid to take a shot on the chin to land one of his own. Oh, that's a tone setter by him there. Beautiful connection early on.
The way that he was able to walk his opponent into that shot was amazing, especially this early in the fight.
Man, he's still right back. Oh, beautiful. Rock him, shock him out of the chute here. Takedown defense is there. All right, so...
The other guy says it makes you feel like trash. I don't know why they're trying this. It's so important to be healthy going into fights, but everybody's buying this magic skin cream. I don't know. Let's see what happens out there.
And now a nice combination by Carter. Well, champion.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Chris Carter is his absolute sharp tonight.
Bro, he's in the zone, right? Sometimes he's just in the zone.
is hurt. I'm not sure the extent to which he's concussed, but might need to switch things up.
John, I always say don't panic Russell, but I believe a takedown may be the only thing that will save him out there.
Vettori's cut now above the eye. Curtis. Oh! Back to the feet.
Oh! Johnny cannot keep taking these shots to the head.
Under 2 minutes to go in a back-and-forth first round here.
Oh my goodness! John Anik, that this guy continues to defend this championship. It's going to be very difficult to get the belt off this man. Congratulations to the champion.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Deans called a stop to this contest at 3 minutes, 22 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Hyder.
All right, so there he is, the man of the hour. He came in the champion, and he's going home with hardware as well. Congrats to the still UFC middleweight champion of the world.
The middleweight champion of the world. His name and that title seems to run in the same breath because it just fits. Over and over, he takes on the best fighters in this division, and he gets the job done. Congratulations, champ.
If you ain't Dutch, you ain't much. Rainier de Ridder, one of the best middleweights in the world. I was with him and Beneil Dariush recently, and Benny Dariush said RDR is the best grappler across all divisions in the UFC.
Rainier de Ridder. I'll just stick to RDR. But let me tell you something, man. People question this guy. This guy was a 2-division champion in another organization. Came here and immediately started to make and put people on notice. His wrestling, his grappling, he has a little bit of an odd style of striking, but it doesn't matter. He's tough, durable, and he will wear you down. And when you get that level of praise from Beneil Dariush, people better listen, because Beneil is a tremendous grappler himself. Let's see if RDR can get another victory tonight inside the octagon.
All right, so the path to UFC middleweight gold and glory continues to go through this man. And without speaking hyperbolically, I do believe this man looks like he could reign for some time.
You know, when you think about middleweight, you think about some great champions, Anderson Silva and Israel Adesanya. This man can be viewed in the same regard because he has ruled atop the division for a really long time. He's ruled it with an iron fist. He is just so good in this role. He is everything you want in a UFC champion.
And he's fighting in his natural weight class. A lot of people wondered aloud if maybe he could become a 2-division champion, go down to 70. He don't want to hear that noise. He's looking to pluck off another middleweight title challenger in yet another big spot here tonight. All right, both fighters have graced the octagon, and that means we are ready to go with live action from the Scotiabank Arena here in Toronto, where some of the best fans in all of MMA have come out to see our fights here tonight. Or tell the tape for this middleweight championship fight. All right, now to get us started, we go inside the octagon where we find Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Middleweight Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Rainier RDR de Ridder! And now, introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner, ladies and gentlemen, the reigning, defending UFC middleweight champion,
The esteemed Mark Goddard, our referee for this one. All right, here we go, the start of round 1, and will one of the most dominant reigns in UFC history continue tonight? He tries to clinch the record for the most successive title defenses.
What's most impressive is that he's getting the best version of everyone that steps into the octagon with him, and all he does is win. He wears that belt like a badge of honor, and tonight, he looks to defend it once again.
Well, you never know what can impact a singular mixed martial art. Oh, massive shot gets too early. Must have been a good warm-up in the back.
I mean, he walked right into that one, John. It's a huge test, especially when it's this early in the fight.
Now a knee. Big knee there to the chest.
Oh, right here.
All right, so a close call there moments ago, champ, and early he nearly got knocked out. Seems as though he has recovered.
That's crazy how badly he was hurt as early in the fight as he was hurt. That was beautiful.
Confidence is high. I repeat, confidence is high. I'm not sure he's ever fought more on instinct in the octagon than what we're seeing here tonight.
You can see that he has a clear mind. He's not thinking anymore. The instinct has taken over, and it's allowed him to charge out ahead of him.
Back to his feet. Well, no denying the durability on the other side, but at this point, you just got to find that kill shot and get him out of there. That is it! Chris Lil Mac Carter, welcome to the history books!
This guy right here, wow.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Honors called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 38 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Carter.
All right, so there you have it. He didn't want to talk about it in the fighter meeting. We can talk about it now. He is the all-time leader in consecutive title defenses.
I mean, the record seems so out there when this young man started his career, but he said from day one, I have the ability to break every record in the UFC. Tonight, he breaks one of the hardest ones to challenge over the course of a career.
All right, so here he is, the #1 middleweight contender. He made himself undeniable.
You ready to fight? Ready.
All right, here we go. The wait is over. The UFC's 185-pound title is up for grabs right here, right now. Good combination there by Carter. Vettori's got a cut on the forehead. Yes, he's bleeding now, so some work for the cut man in between rounds if we get there. The combinations are flowing. Oh my goodness, I can barely get my notes. Huge early connection there.
It's about the punch, but it's also about the setup. That was a beautiful setup that allowed for him to land that strike.
Tonight, he is a thinking man's fighter, but he is fighting on instinct. Oh, did he get cracked there? He's in a world of trouble.
Oh, my goodness. What a performance. This guy seems to have cement in his hands. Oh, he's almost shutting him down every time he hits him.
Oh, he gets back up. The question is for how long? Whoa! Over there it is. The story remains the same and still. Yes, he did it! Undisputed middleweight champion of the world!
To watch a man come from where this guy started and become the world champion, but not only become the world champion, to remain the world champion is truly inspiring. What a performance by the champion.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Dean has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 9 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Chris Carter.
All right, so a lot of people thought the #1 contender was going to get it done tonight. Not the case, and still UFC middleweight champion of the world. And I think he wants to slow all of that roll when it comes to somebody taking his title.
Yeah, absolutely. This guy has desires to be a long-reigning champion. A champion that held onto the belt like the great Anderson Silva did before him.
All right, here's the former UFC middleweight champion, Robert Whitaker. DC, this is the guy that you mash buttons with when you play EA Sports UFC. And what else can you say about this man, right? It's almost as if his UFC career has had 3 different phases. How about the response after the Dricus du Plessis setback? Looks like his best version yet.
Yeah, he's going to be fighting for a really long time. And I got to be honest, guys, as you listen to this walk, pick Robert Whitaker. He is the best character on this entire game. He can do it all. That's why I use him, because I'm a bit of a cheater. But Robert Whitaker isn't a cheater. He's just a guy that's very good at fighting. And he proves it time and time again. He's been the champion. He's fought for the belt. He's working his way back to another championship opportunity.
Robert Whitaker, ready to engage in another high-profile matchup here tonight. With so much adulation and adoration from the fan base, the BMF champion at present, making the walk to the octagon. When this belt was first realized, when it was incepted, a lot of people wondered, would it ever be defended? Well, that is our reality here tonight, and we have 2 of the most deserving individuals on the planet to fight for this particular prize. This man can do it all, and we'll see if he is the better man on this particular Saturday night. DC, I can't wait. Well, there has already been a lot of UFC history here at Toyota Center in Houston, Texas. More where that came from tonight. And we are ready to go with 2 of the best athletes in the sport. Our tail of the tape for this middleweight fight. All right, now for your main event introductions, here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! This fight is 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC BMF Championship of the World. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Robert the Reaper Whitaker! And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC BMF Champion of the World, party in the octagon, Mark Goddard will handle the action in this one. All right, here we go under the brightest of lights. Round 1 is underway. BMF Championship is on the line. 2 of the most exciting fighters in this, really, or any division, DC, I would say, are ready to engage with one of the biggest prizes in this sport. Firmly up for grabs. Oh, barely settled in. A huge shot lands early round 1.
I mean, early in the fight, he already has him hurt. Oh my goodness, John. This could be a quick night.
Oh! And back to his feet.
Oh, he took a left hook there.
Straight right hand now, just misses. What the close call moment. Goes in for the takedown now. Nice level change and he gets it. So showing off the fight IQ there. He was getting tagged on the feet. Oh, and he escapes up to his feet. Very nice. Well, this is how you take advantage of developmental time. Right? Oh, that almost hurt me. What a punishing shot. I'm not sure how many more of those he can take.
Well, his opponent is really hurt. He's fighting as good as we've ever seen. This guy looks amazing tonight.
Man, this is crazy. He's hurt, but he's still firing. There's...
Oh, my gosh!
That'll do
Oh, my
it!
goodness!
Chris Carter, ladies and gentlemen.
Unbelievable! He's a savage!
Bruce Buffer is in the octagon with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 36 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC BMF champion of the world, Chris Carter.
Oh, you heard it there from Buff. He actually held that a little bit longer than I would have liked, but and still the BMF champion of the world.
It's what we've heard time and time again from this young man. I mean, he is defending this belt on so many different occasions. John, they call it the BMF. He has proven time and time again.
You ready to fight? Ready.
All right, so here we are at the O2 Arena in London, England, and for my money, this is as good a mixed martial arts backdrop as we have. Another capacity crowd on hand as usual for the UFC's annual stop here in London.
The fans in England love sport. They love competition. They show up and they know what they're watching. You better be ready to put on a show when you step foot in the octagon at the O2 Arena.
And you better be ready backstage if Leon Edwards is anywhere.
Oh, man, let me tell you something. Leon Edwards is the man around here.
Oh! Both fighters land simultaneously. Vittori's cut above the eye now from that strike, so we'll see how the fighter deals with that definite adversity now.
I mean, that was beautiful. Great job setting it up, getting the punch to the target, and hurting your opponent very early in the fight.
All right, so close call moments ago. We all...
Right away, no feel in our process. These boys just went and started fighting.
Nice stick to the body. Way to mix up the target.
Vittori's eye appears to be closing up by the second. Takedown defense holds up.
Push him off! Push him off!
Oh, he's got the back.
Oh, big reversal here in round one.
That was beautiful timing. He didn't let his opponent establish anything early. So let's see what happens now.
You need to work on his position.
Oh, nicely done there as he escapes back to his feet.
Oh, he's separation in the clinch.
Vittori's eye now a factor in this fight. Looks as though it has been cut open.
Yeah, he got cut on the eye from that last strike. You got to pay attention now before he... He does a great job of landing that rear hook, and he doesn't throw it hard. He's throwing it very, very fast.
Vittori's able to protect the eye there with that block, so that is a nice adjustment that the fighter made there to raise the guard and prevent further damage. Really starting to bleed profusely out of that eye. It's not looking good, champ.
Well, it's leaking down his face. The guy's been beat up, and now this cut has become a real issue.
Oh!
This is insane!
A little bit of desperation here as he engages in the clinch.
Yeah, he was stunned. And he was stunned badly.
Oh! And what a round! All right, heading back to the corner now, and Vittori's eye is in real trouble, folks. That does not look good. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see the ringside physician be called on here. He might even stop the fight. We'll see. All right, let us get you some replays from the damage in that previous round.
Ready. Ready.
Second round underway. Well, we've seen a lot of different elements to his striking game tonight, especially that hook. We'll see if he sets it up again here. He has punctuated a lot of his combinations with that hook shot tonight. Oh, how much can one man take?
Yeah, they're gonna have to start looking at this.
Back to his feet. UFC middleweight champion of the world.
Unbelievable, John Anik. This guy is a superstar. And once again, he proves he is also the best in the world.
All right, to make this title fight official, here's Bruce. And still the king of the 185-pound. Mark Goddard, as good as it gets if you're a fighter.
Good.
Probably the guy you want in there. So he won the championship like the last time by vicious knockout. So you can expect not just a bigger gate tonight, more pay-per-view buys. This guy's Twitter following has really soared on the strength of what he was able to do in a championship.
Oh, he hurt him already.
Oh, he's in trouble. Stuffs the takedown there. How good is his takedown defense? All right, so his power has certainly been heard from early. Appears as though maybe the opponent has recovered a little bit.
Yeah, but he put him on notice, John. He knows now that if what a fight. Both of these guys are trying to finish.
So both guys landing at will here. Good.
That this guy would struggle, but now he has proven time and time again that he is the best.
All right, to make this title fight. So you just heard it there from Bruce.
Ready? Ready?
All right, here we go. UFC middleweight championship is on the line. Oh, nice hook there by the more heavy-handed than you think, Sean Strickland.
Sean Strickland does a good job of fighting in that Philly shell, rolling with punches and returning with that hook. He is so good at finding a place for his hook.
All right, Strickland out of that patented stance. We'll see if he can get that heavy jab going early.
Yeah, he's got that Philly shell.
Oh!
And when you fight out of that Philly shell, the jab comes almost from the hips. Nice shot there by the champ. He needs to start trying to secure a takedown now.
Man, I'm not sure he knows where he is. He got absolutely loaded with the check hook.
He got excited, and he paid for it. He got hit with that nasty check hook.
Strickland's eye does not look the way it did when he walked out here tonight. It looks like he's been cut.
Oh, he hurt him again. Oh. He's firing back now. It doesn't matter if he's hurt. He's throwing kicks, he's throwing punches. You hurt him bad, man. And you can stop this fight whenever you want.
Back to the feet now. Well, looks like his opponent has recovered for now, champ, but my goodness, what a... Oh! Oh, just like that, that'll do it, and still! Yes, he did it! Your undisputed middleweight champion of the world!
Wow, John, this guy is an absolute grinder, and he imposed himself on his opponent, and he keeps.
All right, to make this title fight official. All right, so off the record, you like the... Well, South Africa is on the world mixed martial arts map, largely courtesy of the elite middleweight Dricus du Plessis. And he got a lot of respect from his peers after beating Robert Whitaker at UFC 290. You had to look far and wide for any of his fellow fighters to be picking du Plessis going into that fight. And not only did he beat Whitaker, he bludgeoned him and got him out of there by TKO in round 2. That laid the foundation for a title fight for Dricus du Plessis. This man is a physical force, hardened by his upbringing in South Africa. Excited to see what he can do with the opportunity tonight, DC. Dricus du Plessis has graced the octagon. He is ready to go. All right, here he is, the BMF champ, and the UFC absorbing some risk here. He's such a legendary fighter. They're allowing him to retire in this championship setting, and he might just go out the way he came in as the BMF champ.
Well, it speaks to who he is, John, and what he's meant to the organization. This man has been a warrior and has stepped up time and time again for the UFC. Tonight he gets an opportunity to fight for the belt that has defined his career inside the octagon. He wins his BMF championship fight tonight. He will retire as one of the greatest fighters and BMF champions of all time.
All right, with that, the wait for live action ends here. Both fighters have graced the octagon, and we are ready and raring to go here at United Center in Chicago. Our tale of the tape for this, our main event of the evening. Now for your main event introductions, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. It's time! This fight is 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC BMF Championship of the World. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, presenting the challenger, Dricus du Plessis. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC BMF Champion of the World,
One of the best in the business, Mark Goddard, our referee. All right, here we go, round 1. Crazy to think back to Chris Lil Mac Carter, the hot center by him there. Beautiful connection early on.
The way that he was able to walk his opponent into that shot was amazing, especially this early in the fight.
So a stunning strike moments ago. Now we'll see the extent to which his opponent has recovered.
Yeah, the opponent's tough, but his power has been on display very early.
All right, here's Dricus du Plessis. Constantly will switch stances. Very defensively sound as well.
Very difficult to fight. Hands are always high. Constantly switching stances and throwing all kinds of different attacks from different stances.
Moment ago, he absolutely got blasted by that head kick.
You better pay attention.
Well, du Plessis mixing up the weaponry, able to land the cross there.
Nice cross by Dricus du Plessis. This guy is an amazing fighter.
Du Plessis' forehead is bleeding now. Cut is open. And a nice job at least staying upright on that. Carter gets back up to the feet now. Now some spacing as they exit the clinch. Body shot partially lands, but a nice job by the defensive fighter.
It's all preparation, John. In the preparation, they knew that they would be under attack from body shots.
Entertaining fight so far, a fight in which both men have had their moments. We'll see how it plays out from here.
They both look very confident. John, this is
Body snatching, nice counter.
This guy is a counter striker extraordinaire, and it shows with that beautiful counter shot to the body.
Oh, he connects with another uppercut. He's later. Man, that was crazy.
Sean Shelby just said, you ain't never did that. Nope. I wish I did, though. I'd love to keep somebody dead. Man, that was nasty.
All right, Bruce Buffer now inside the octagon has the official decisions.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Connors called a stop to this contest at 3 minutes, 48 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed UFC BMF Champion of the World, Chris Hyder.
Well, the GOAT emojis are going to be flying on social media tonight as he walks off into retirement after having successfully defended the BMF title.
John, very rarely do we have a consensus that this is the greatest fighter we've ever seen. I believe that tonight he showed that he is just that. The GOAT, the greatest of all time, and the BMF champ retires with some form of a UFC championship.